Good morning. Welcome to Risk Neutral Trading. This is my virtual trading journal. It's 8 o'clock Central Standard Time. It's the 7th of July, 2026. And looks like everything's okay. The stream seems to be trickling down the hill. That's a good thing. Hold on a minute here. Get the right mouse going on. Everything will be fine. So this is my virtual trading journal. The idea here is that everything I capture on my primary monitors is this is Bookmap and this is IRT, is on the video recording, of course, and my voice over here provides insight as to what I was thinking at the moment. So that completes the journal and makes it completely transparent, fully accountable, and in much more detail than I could ever possibly do doing, screen snapping and typing and whatever else. So this works pretty well. Now, a couple of things. This is, thanks, baby. I trade live only, vetted setups with the proviso of maybe one I'm going to take. Now, I'll get into that later. I'm going to start adding in a discretionary trade if I see one of my old setups, which I have not vetted properly yet, but I'm in the process of, because I'm not, I'm just standing here not trading for days sometime because a setup that I have properly vetted has not triggered, which is not, as you might imagine, not good for a trading business. Now, having said that, I will never you'll never see a trade here that is not live, real time, real data in Bookmap. That's where I execute. And the trades that are visual on IRT here are those which I'm in the process of vetting, like this one. Well, let's get rid of that. We don't need that right there. Or back testing here, or forward testing in the live market, and they are in the simulated environment in IRT. So that's a big difference there, and that's important to understand. Excuse me, I don't know what's going on there. That's kind of weird. So having said that, then this is not meant for trading advice or for financial advice, but it's my virtual trading journal. So how could I possibly make a trading journal and not record live trades? That's the point. Now, stand by one. I've got to do something here. Sorry about that. A little change of plans this morning with my daughter's schedule. I thought I was going to get a break and get to go take her an hour later, and it's moved up an hour. So I'm going to have to leave at 8:30, which is maximum inconvenient. That's the market. That's exactly market open. However, I'll be back before the IB sets, so that's a good thing. Yeah, well, so let's get on with the pre-market here as best we can. In the meantime, I'm a little scattered here, but let's make sure that everything's, I don't know what the hell is going on here. Okay, this is Investor RT, by the way, and it's my charting stuff. What is going on back here? What is that? Why is that there? I don't want micro symbol there. Jesus Christ. Oh, and I guess we got stuff going on weird all over the place here. It's duplicating all these. It's having a hard. IRT's having a bad day, so cut me some slack. Yeah, exactly. it's replicated all of those mini or the micro charts behind the minis. God damn, I don't know why it does that sometimes, but it does. There we go. Last thing I need is double charting. All right, so this is the minis, and the fingers crossed are the micros, and I can see right now that these are doubled up too. Jesus. So anyway, let's get on to the reports. Fortunately, there are not many. Man, what a hassle. So we have, this is investing.com, which is my primary news source. And you'll see that we've got nothing out today. This can be filtered for wherever you are. They focus on traditional economic news numbers and reports. And you notice that the event heading title, the event title changes to a URL if you hover over it, so you can go find out. If you don't know what IVPMI is all about, you can go see everything you want to see about that and the recent releases, etc. We'll be getting earnings starting now pretty quick because we're in a new quarter, but not yet. So I prefer this one for screen snapping purposes and putting it in Discord or whatever, and you notice it's free. That's why there's these ads every place. My thinking is to have these news sources free so that anybody that comes through the channel can have the same resources that I use. This is the other news source I have, which is in Financial Juice. It is similar in that it has a calendar and it has a squawk box. The difference is they will pull in events like this right here, which are not traditional or typical economic events or reports, but that everyone recognizes may have a risk to our auction. And I don't mean that politically, but if you don't know by now, and you're a trader, and you don't know by now that if Trump gets in front of a microphone, or many members of the government get in front of a microphone, they're liable to say something which could have a real impact on the market. And that's why it's real important to know that, because as traders today, our primary job is to preserve our accounts. The fundamental way that you do that is with risk management. You can't manage risk if you don't know it's coming. So I appreciate that they pull these things in. And again, it's not political, it's a fact. And here we have lots of stuff going on over here. He's burning up the airways here with tweets and things. So it's time to be real cautious. You know, you don't want to be in a trade with unprotected. You want to have stops and targets. You want, if you're trading live, through a real broker, you want to be sure that you've got server side stops and targets, so that you don't get caught out. It's just that simple. Now, let's get on to the pre-market here quickly. And I'm going to have to take a second out of the... Okay, that one's all right. I can tell that this one is not all right. There we go. What have we got down here? That's okay. That's all right. And this one? Okay. Well, everybody's okay now. That's maybe a good thing, huh? The reason I don't want, obviously, duplicate charts and stuff is a drain on resources and lagging and stuff. So here's our pre-market. This is Investor RT. First of all, in the header of each of these charts, you can see the instrument, the chart type, the periodicity, and the session. So you always know what you're looking at. This is the micros, and this is the minis tab. This is the ES, micro NQ, micro ES, high time frame chart or micro composite chart, and the market profile. Now, I don't change the market profile from ES to MES. I leave it on ES. I do change it from RTH to ETH sessions. And the micro composite is always RTH session. So there you go. Now, yeah, I'm weird, but it cut me some slack. Okay. Please. Or not. Whatever. There you go. I hate those blue lines. There's all the colored shit down there. Okay, so here we go now. Starting with the higher time frame, which is what I recommend, we have this chart. And so it's, again, the MES. It's one daily periodicity, and it's the daily session or the RTH session. So each one of these candles is an RTH, a full RTH session. This was yesterday. This was Thursday. Wherever price overlaps, I pull the volume profile around them, and that generates this micro composite VPOC, which gives me a micro composite POC here, this volume profile, high and low volume nodes represented by the red and green lines, and their values are pushed to bookmap. The session prices are pushed to bookmap. See what we got for volume this morning. Well, it's pretty light, but hey, it was 40. Last night in the Globex stream, it was 40%. So, hoping that this is all okay now, somewhat, I'm going to jump over here to bookmap. You'll notice, first of all, there's no indicators on my IRT or bookmap. There are, I believe, in volume, probabilities and percentages, session prices, and that's it. So, from the right to the left, this is the micro composite column where I manually enter these values for my own reference. These are the high and low volume nodes, which are pushed from IRT to bookmap. And this is the full session volume profile, which started plotting last night at 1700 and is still going right now. And we'll go through 1600 today. RTH volume profile and delta. My statistic open and statistics chart based on today. We'll do the open type for that here in a second. And the session prices. I don't have a dome here anymore because I only trade. I've been pretty much switched over to trading with a mouse on the chart here in the active data column. But I do have the most important columns from any dome, which is the full level 2 book, resting liquidity at every price, and the prices. This are bid, or ask and bid. Prices. There's no indicators. POC for the full session, POC for the RTH session and the full session. And POC is just marks the price at which the most contracts have traded so far in the session, meaning that at 75.82, we've traded 4,546 contracts so far. The minute one of these prices trades 4,547, this price will move there. That's simple. Same for the RTH. There's a VWAP for both RTH and Globex, which is VWAP is volume weighted average price. So that is calculated. Technically, that's an indicator, I guess. And then there's the mid. The rest of these are session prices. These percentages are down here that you see are levels from my current trading strategy, which I'll talk about later. I'm in kind of a hurry here this morning on this pre-market because we had a change in schedule. I need to leave here at about just after the open at 8:30 to take TAM, and I'll be back. Fingers crossed, I'll be back before the IB sets. So, but that's going to be kind of inconvenient for me. It was supposed to be an hour later, and they texted her last night and moved it up an hour earlier, actually. So, right in the middle of right at the open. All right. Let's look at the statistics, which is quite important. Okay, how do you determine the statistics open? Very simple. Only two criteria. Here is where we are right here, right now. This is always, you need to know, this is always the current price. This is the actual market right now. And Blue Boy over here is just a vertical line that I put on the first print of every session. The reason for that is exactly apparent right here. There's the first print of the Globex. Here's the current trade. What is the context? Well, it was down. It's a little bit of retracement and kind of well balanced. There's no possible way I cannot understand what context was for the session because I have the complete session in view. Now, so to determine the statistical open type, if we opened right here, right now, how would that compare to the previous RTH close? That's right there. So it's lower than the close. How would it compare to the previous RTH range? Well, there's the high and there's the low. So it is now lower in range. And I'm going to change that title because when I look back at a screen snap or the stream, I can see that title and I know right away what the context is. Then we're going to delete the statistics from yesterday and we're going to go put in the new ones for today. And we're going to get those statistics from right over here in IRT, which is loading. Hello. Lower in range. Okay, the way the statistics study works is very simple. First of all, IRT will conveniently highlight the correct open type, but only after 8:30, only after we open. And we're doing this before the market opens, before the market starts. And these will not be changed. So there's 1,821 days. The system looks back at the most recent 1,821 trading days. Of those trading days, we opened lower in range, 529 of them. Of the days we opened lower in range, we revisited the overnight mid 81.9% of the time. Overnight mid 81.9. Drum roll, please. And there you go. Wow. Come on now. Let's get it on the right level anyway. That's just as complicated as it gets right there. Not very, eh? So the next order of business over here is 80.9. That's the POC. And I'm just now going to go straight down the list. Well, and the POC happens to be right under the overnight mid also. So I'm going to just put this one tick below it. So I'll know 80.9. That sucks, but that's the way it is. Okay. Now we're going to go to the previous close, which is 73.5. And did I do that? Boop, there we go. And the previous IB high is 66.6, and that's right there. Ooh, is that ever the devil, huh? The reason I put the initials is because, remember the definition of the initial balance. It's the high and low of the first 1 hour of the RTH trading session. So the minute we open, this will go above price and the low will come up below it. That's all there is to it. Previous POC is 67.3. Well, that's right there. 67.3 POC. Okay. And now I've got to do something else here quickly. Overnight low 65.6. These are important. 65.6. The overnight high, where'd that go? Overnight high is 51.8. Oh no, wait. Overnight high is 51.8. Okay, and where did you go? Overnight high right up here. Yep. Ooh. Now I have to do something else quickly here, because it's nearing time that I get ready to go with Tam. And I'm not going to get previous high or low in yet, but those are values that I can add at any point, because obviously the previous high or low from yesterday isn't going to change, is it? There you go. Now I'm going to do something that I do every day, which is the TLab snap. And you will ask yourself, what in the hell is that? It is a book map. The TLab itself is a book map Discord chat room. What happened here? Called the Traders Lab. What is going on here? Okay. And let me just do this. This is why I don't multitask very well. It's a book map Discord chat room started by a guy named Tom B. and continues to be led by him. Every day I do a snap in there early in the morning of the reports, and then I put this snap in at about 8:20 to give anybody in there all the levels they might want to look at. I'm not as active in there anymore as I used to be, but I feel a kinship to the place, and I like Tom, so I try to contribute what I can. Actually, this stream is a result of of advice from him to focus on your own market and trade that, narrate it, focus on your own market, and that's what I do now. And then I took it to the next step because I don't multitask well, so I took it to the point of the stream. Tom is a professional trader. Oh, well, he's been trading like 48 years. Started professionally way back when, and I'm sure trades only his own account now. I would be flabbergasted if he still traded somebody else's money, but maybe. It's not a trade calling room, nor is it a live trade room. It's a Discord place, and there's a lot of good advice and a lot of good people. So there you go. And now I'm starting to think about what I got to do to get ready for TAM here, because I want to make sure I've got all my charts switched to the what I'm going to do here at 8:30. I'll just show you while we're on this tab. Is I changed them from full session to RTH session. In IRT, you do that by just that, and then I can select that. And that's what I'll do at 8:30 when we open. And then I've got to hit the door immediately thereafter. So we have the statistics in. We have figured out our open type. We know that when we open I'll put Blue Boy on after we get back probably. And I have the levels set up for today. As far as the trading system goes, yeah, I think that's about all I can do except get ready here. I thought I had a real break this morning. I was all excited, and then surprise, surprise, surprise. Not so lucky. Oh yeah, I know what else I need to do. A little music on the situation here. This thing is working pretty weird. I don't know what's anyway. Always something new in there. Always something new to do. Let's see something. What kind of music do we want this morning? Jazz or not classical? That'll put everybody to sleep. Salsa, mambo, blues. Let's put some country blues on in honor of the 4th of July. How many of those are there? I don't know how long it'll last. There's only 17 of them. That's not very many. That'll probably be over by the time I get back. That won't work. Let's do some, I don't know, something. I wish there was a kind of that lo-fi stuff and I could do in the background. It doesn't seem to be, it doesn't seem to be there. I don't know why. I like a little upbeat something or another, you know? Okay, we're getting ready to figure out what else I got going on here. Oh. All right, hell with it. So let's see, we've done the pre-market, we got the noise going, we've got our levels in, we've got our statistics figured out. We're standing by to open. I'm going to change all the, I will change all the IRT sessions right at the open, and then I'll have to hit the door. Seems like I forgot something. Typically, I don't have this much time to goof around here and just think, but we've chosen the open type statistically. We've got in the key stats. We've gone over the pre-market. We know that there's nothing complicated, that I'm a firm believer and devotee of the KISS principle. That works for me. We'll talk about statistics and probabilities and data-driven trading in a minute. And then we're going to have the open here in about 4. I'm probably forgetting something, but I apologize. What can I say? It's a hectic morning. A hectic morning. Yeah. Remember to mute the mic when I leave. So we're ready to go. We've got basically the pre-market is essentially, I think there's going to be a lot of geopolitical news hit the wires today. Trump just burning them up already. So be careful. At the moment, we held our ground all night and we've ticked it up. I would imagine that since we are long inventory, pretty much 100%, here's the open, that we are going to have some responsive selling at the open to take profit, and then all bets are off. Look at the gap up. Look at the close. got a big gap up, but that doesn't ring very true to me. Where's our open is 66 and our close is 63. Yeah, that's about right. Boy, that looks like more than 3 points, doesn't it? That looks like more than 3 points there to me. That's the physical. You got to be careful about the visual perspective. What is going on now? Jesus Christ. IRT, I am so sick of this lag or shit. Why is there a lag in IRT and we haven't even opened? What a drama. Anyway, notice the info box. I can hover over the candle and there's the open. There's the close at 72 where this bar closed. And here's the open at, what the hell? 66. There you go. So now if we jump over here, that falls right in line, eh? The open went somewhere around here, and the close is right up here. Was right there. I don't know why that's changed. IRT's having a big problem here, looks to me like. And I'm over IRT's problems. The hell? Oh, we opened already. Holy crap, I didn't even see that. I'm busy struggling with IRT and we've opened already. Excuse me, all the pieces. So I'm going to try to get this to switch, which it probably will not. Because it's all choked up. But we'll see what happens. This is so important and so freaking annoying. The reason I'm real fastidious about trying to do this is I share the session prices with anybody who needs them, and oh, this is terrible. This is a bad morning, boys and girls, and these things are important for those session prices to be shared properly. I free anybody that wants them is welcome to them, here or wherever. Usually it's someone from. It's usually someone from. God damn. It's usually someone from the TLab. All right, so I'm out the door. And there's nothing I can do about it at this point. Oh, there we go. Okay. Have a good one. I'll be back before the IB sets. Fingers crossed. All right, back. Whoa, looky there. That's got to be news. What happened to that? Oh, I guess that's just a so far the day, huh? Wow. Good blue boy on the job here. That was an exciting trip across Texas. Where did we go here? There we are. So they're not too happy about that, huh? Okay, let's see what the hell is going on now. Well, the big sell-off is in progress. That's pretty obvious. Wow. We're approaching 9:30, so the IB is just about set. Pretty wide IB, 87 to 42. Ooh. What? Come on. Dad, get used to stuff now. I just got back. You've been laying on the floor in the air conditioning eating snacks all morning. So what have we got happening here now? We got the big sell-off. 45 points on the IB. That's pretty wide. What we have now is something doesn't look right here. Am I crazy? No. Why aren't these? Is IRT upside down still or what? Stupid shit thing. I don't know what's going on here. Yeah, Panda, just relax. I just got back. I got things to do here. Hold on. Thank you. Yeah, thank you. Thank you. I think something's off here. Let's check. Well, hey, Lucky, what's up, guys? Well, what are you guys doing? What's everybody looking at? Okay, that looks about right. And now our percentages are correct. That was just a matter of the chart updating, apparently. Wow. So that's quite an opening range, huh? Got to be careful because now there's a big gapitosis here. Point wise on all these values. $13, 14 points. I think everything else is okay. It doesn't look like anybody was around, so that's good. Nobody got upset. Or so now let's get right into the okay. So we're just about to set the IB. We have in fact set the IB. We've not touched it yet. So I will quickly get through the data. First and foremost is going to be the edgeful data. There's the weekday, and we'll scoot right past that. Well, scoot right past that. So we are on Tuesday. We got to change the customization here, because we don't know that yet. That was from last night. Which was formed first? Well, pretty obviously the IB high was formed first. So we have an 81% probability we're going to take out the IB low, or the first form, the low side, and that makes perfect sense over here. And now we're getting to a point where we could actually be short and front run this, to be honest with you. What do we got here? 47, 37s. Hold on a minute. I'm not sure that I can even do this. Yes. Okay. Well, there would have been the front run right there. And I'm late. So I'm not going to chase it. That's 5 handles across there. Taking out this statistic would have been the short front run. Right here. That's irritating. Okay, let's get over to TradingView and see what's going on with that. First of all, here's my here's the code that I put together over the weekend. It took a trade as signaled right here, and then it was double profits down to here. 70, I don't know, 74 and 86, so 12 handles. And now I've got to do some other stuff over here. Here's the IB forming. I'm going to turn this one off just for the hell of it, just to get it out of the way until I can reformat it. The IB is now forming. We've got the IB stats. The high was put in first. There's been no IB taken out. And the ending zone is way down here in the 24s. Okay. So let's get over here and let's put the ending zone in, which is going to be not a big problem. Okay, so that's a 77%. No, 87% probability we're going to take that low. And that makes perfect sense to me. And let's see what we do here. Man, I can't even see. front running this would have been a good position up here, but I have a thing in my trade manual about our trade plan about walking into the office cold and start slapping on trades. Doesn't usually end up very well. In this case, it would be fine, apparently. But so now what I have as an alternative is to break the stat and then have the retrace and then do the edgefill data, do it by the numbers. This would have been, any one of these would have been a good front run with this wide of a IB. Right here would have been lovely. So we'll see what happens here. We'll see what gets triggered and what I take. Let me quickly go through this and make sure everything's all right. And it seems like, yeah, we're going to do the, yep, multi-brackets, yep. Statistics, yep, okay. God damn, there we go. So there's the IB low taken. Now, that would have been that would have been 10 handles right there. What we're going to look for now by the data is the next order of business, which is the retrace. So the low was taken first. We've got a 57% probability that we're going to retrace to the 25% and then only 14 to the 50 based on Tuesday. All the rest of the stuff that we have set normally and correctly. Yeah. So what that means is that there's a 57% probability that now that we've taken this, we're going to retrace up to here to the 25% level, and only 14% we're going to take it to the 50. So assuming we do that, that would be the short. Damn it. It's just, one traffic light. Yeah. This was supposed to be a late morning where I had all the time in the world to trade the opening range here and then, or the IB, and all of a sudden I have to leave exactly at the market open. Pretty disappointing. Pretty darn disappointing. I'm not going to quickly redo the times on that trade because it's just not. Hey, morning, Anton. Well, we've just taken out the IB. I walked into the office about 1 minute later than this pullback right here. That's pretty disappointing to the front run, but we're still working on the stats up here to the retrace. My little my code worked like a champ last night. Here's the entry, there's the retest, there's the entry, here are the two targets. While I was, not here, but it worked so that's pretty encouraging. That was interesting. I didn't, super. I haven't reconfigured it for this IB this morning, but there it is. So it makes, it makes sense across all, which is the important part. Wait a minute. Do this, and then I gotta do this, and then I gotta do this. Yeah. Whether we're gonna get the retrace or not with this wide IB, I don't know. I was trying to get myself together for the front run right up here at 47s, and missed it, and I'm not gonna chase them, so. I was supposed to have a late trip this morning with Tam, and all of a sudden last night she came in late and said, I just got a text. I have to be there at 9, so I had to leave right at the market open. Just like son of a bitch. Yeah, I know. It just pisses me off. Plan for something, you know, for a long time, and then missing on account of some extracurricular stuff is frustrating. So here we are. And now I'm settled in. I think I've got my tea. I've got the cat petted. Hi, Panda. You come for an additional pet talk because you're feeling left out this morning? No pullback. Oh, yeah. Marvelous. Marvelous. Our boy Magic's got to be dancing on the ceiling with his little box. When it gets short, go short, and then boom. Look at that. 40 something handles. More than that. Jesus. I don't know what to do here, dude. Well, the stream is streaming and IRT is still lagging, so all of that crap I did this weekend was pretty much for nothing. Apparently. I don't quite understand it, but yeah, that's great. I'm gonna restart it again just for the hell of it. Man. Man, oh man, look at there. Look at that. Yeah, my son used to have a great story about that. He and his mother, I mean, his mother and I got divorced in 78 or something, right? So, and she was Looney Tunes to the max, and everybody knew it. And he was all his joke to me was always he was going to wait until I had Alzheimer's and put us both in a room and tell me that we'd never been divorced. Yeah, cruel and unusual punishment. And I was always so nice to him. I don't know, you know. Unfortunately, that didn't happen. But and she's passed away now, so for some time, some years now. But his sense of humor is rather dark. I guess a nursing home is better than a wood chipper, I suppose. I don't know. Maybe not. Okay, let's try this piece of crap once more. That was restarting IRT. They're all running administrator mode now. That was another one of the fixes that was supposed to guarantee where this stuff was all going to be running. Did your system all come right when you got the new hookup and you got your new connections and all that stuff? I hope. I'm hoping no news is good news. Man, what a pain in the butt. I am so disappointed here. Oof. Timing, you know. Last week, yeah, it's me too. Well, even nice ones. I mean, Jesus, I'm trying to remember. The last time I was ever in one of those was back in Casper, Wyoming. And it was nice, you know, lovely, clean, open, airy, and all that stuff. Probably not typical, I would suppose, but still, you know. What a pretty depressing environment, I think. Yeah, me too. I would sort of rather be able to just continue on like I am and then crap out, you know. Niels Bohr, I'm sure you know who he is, the famous physicist from Copenhagen. He had lived a pretty long and you know, obviously fruitful life, and gave a conference and a bunch, you know, had given a talk or a speech or something at his institute in Copenhagen, and then they had a big lunch after and all that stuff, and he went to take his afternoon nap and never woke up. What a perfect end, I guess. And I don't know how old, but you know, certainly not in the prime of life or anything like that. Definitely older. But that'd be a pretty good way to go. Well, I thought you had I thought you were having big drama with your computer and you were looking for the M4 Pro and all that stuff. And then you had said that you were going to have the connections and your stuff all hardwired from the Wi-Fi. And I thought I remember some tech guy was coming over to help wire that up or something. And since I hadn't heard anything, I was hoping that everything came out real well. And maybe I'm dreaming again. You know how that goes. Basically, in other words, computer performance. Made me think about with this freaking IR. And I restarted it, and now it's got no lags. I don't know. Whatever your karma is, I suppose. Well, we didn't get even near our pullback there to our, you know, our 67% pullback to the 25 level. So that's, I suppose this is would have probably been a reasonable entry, but I don't know. I'm going to go by the numbers here. Last week, twice I missed 2 perfect setups by the numbers. Driving across out to Katy or wherever it is, Cinco Ranch or something, and then again today. Son of a bitch. Yeah, good for you. That's great. That's great. All of my stuff works really well, except for this stupid lag that starts with IRT, and I thought I had that whipped, but surprise, surprise, surprise. The problem with Windows 11 when you're assigning a specific device for, like computation, the GPU or the CPU that I was able to figure out here is that unless you specifically assign it to the GPU, then it's instead of assigning it definitely to the CPU, it's let Windows decide. Well, that may not be working out exactly like I had it planned. I don't know. I'll try it again, I guess, maybe, and see if that helps. But on Friday, it worked like $1 million. I was so happy. I thought, Jesus, it's fixed. I can't believe it. And that's because there was no data, right? So it's so low volume. Well, are you going to get up here and hit the thingamajiggas? You useless bitch. I'm at the point now where but last night I made the declaration here, and I'll do it on this stream, as you were my witness. I'm going to continue, obviously, vetting these trades and trying to trade only structured vetted trades, but I am not going to just stand here for days on end and not trade. So if I see something that is a discretionary trade, but that is I've done before, like the VPOC migrations or something like that, I'm taking them. And continue to vet those, vet everything and trade that. I don't think that there's anything wrong with that methodology, but I can't continue this. It's got to just, something's got to change. Psychologically and financially and every other way, it's wearing me down. And then it's just goddamn stupid shit like today. That's also a problem. Well, what we're supposed to retrace to, we got a 70% probability we'll retrace to this 25% zone. And then we have the POCs and all of this stuff above us. We got a low volume node here. We're there now. Let me see what you said. 7509. Oh, way below us. 7509? Wow. Let's check. Let's look over here at my best friend IRT. You're talking about this one down here. There's 7510, this naked volume point of control down here from the, whatever day that is, a second. Well, I think that the market is going to crap out. Yeah. I mean, I don't think that this is why, but I keep saying that, and I am trying not to be biased about with my feelings, but inflation's rocking, I saw some post, and Trump is all over everywhere this morning. He's posting crap every place and talking and meeting with the Turkey president, and it's a news fest, Some post, Toyota's gonna build in America. Tariffs at work. Truth Social real early this morning. Like, okay. They've had plants in America for 50 goddamn years. So I don't think that, tariffs are at work, sure. And then who's paying for the tariffs? We are. Just like we paid for the ballroom, and we paid for the Air Force One, and we paid for the fair, and we paid for the reflecting pool. You know it costs over $200,000 an hour to fly you Air Force One, all in maintenance and upkeep and all that stuff. Minimum. Oh, 09, huh? Let's see down here. Wow, that's a long damn way down there. I don't have a naked POC. I've missed that. I didn't get it in there right. Where was that? Where am I? Oh, so we've got 7510. That's a naked POC from the second. I missed that one. I missed that one. Doo. Thanks for the heads up. Yeah, I would definitely think we'd get down there. Because it's just testing down the bottom of all of the, getting back into this zone. And this is that big outside day. So, or engulfing candle or whatever you call it. I think we ought to be, down about 3,500, but I guess anybody's going to agree with me there. Well, are we going to get up to the 25 here by slowly, the previous RTH low and all that stuff? What have we taken out? We've taken out both mid and POC. We got to the previous POC. And I didn't get the stats. I had to skedaddle out of here for the stats on this one. Here, what's the previous low all about? 53.4. And the previous high. Hmm. 41.5. We're green again now, though. That's not good. That's impossible. Hold on. There we go. Oof, I was going to go, wait a minute, that can't be right. Yeah, here we are. Well, we're coming up to my zone here. Let's see what the data says. 57% probability that we're going to get up to this. We broke out on the bottom. 50% probability will retrace to the 25, and only 14% we get to 50. I guess I'm interpreting all this stuff right. I don't know. It seems to make sense to me. And what happened over here now? Big IB. I guess I could try to configure that automatic thing and see if it works today, I guess. What's happening on this guy? What are you doing, little guy? Ooh, you got a bunch of stuff. I restarted you again and got you all confused, didn't I? Didn't I? There we go, buddy. There you go. Couple breakouts. We haven't got a trigger yet. Okay. That's a good boy. Maybe I missed the window, huh? That's amazing, man. Yeah, it's terrible. That's terrible. Yeah, it's just so crazy, you know. Because this outfit, as we know, is Trump could give a shit less about anybody but Trump. I mean, frankly. And if he thinks if there was suddenly something that he thought would be a big deal for him in the eyes of the public about that, then he'd be all over it like stink on crap. But that's the problem with the guy and the rest of them. I have no use for the rest of them because they're all complicit to what he's doing. Yeah, that's just terrible. Well, this sucks. Yeah, that's really terrible. And they can't, no, I'm sure you can't. The thing that amazes me about the Ukraine, at least what I see in the news, which is limited, because I don't do the normal news much, but, a lot of the country is running like normal, putting up wheat and exporting and doing all that stuff. It's crazy to me. It's like we're in war with Iran and the Iranian football team comes over here for the World Cup. It's like there's a really different world than I'm used to. And I don't know. Knock wood, I've never been in that environment, but and what for what? What does that lunatic Putin think he's going to gain? I don't get it. I didn't get it from the beginning, other than just they were going to roll over and he was going to get a bunch more land. I mean, weird, so weird. But there you go. We've got a few crazy leaders running and ruining everything. and nobody's standing up and saying, no, I got an idea. You get the hell out of here. That's the problem. As far as I see it. But that's terrible with your folks, yeah. Didn't you say that your wife's father was a Russian, but weren't they in Crimea? And that's a big freaking mess too, isn't it? I may have missed that whole story, but and never mind answering. But yeah, I think of you often when I see stuff like that, any of those kind of news reports. Garrett in Static and was in TLab, I guess, is he's a contractor in Vancouver, and he was, because I used to be a contractor a long time ago. We've had several long chats about stuff, and his the crews he's got over there, who he's really impressed with building all of his stuff, is a bunch of Ukrainian guys. So people are getting out, I guess, getting visas to places, Canada, wherever. Now, that was some months ago that I talked to Garrett last, but he was just finishing a big complex up, and he said his guys were all Ukrainian. I hope your father's still alive. I hope, or at least your mom's. I hope your mom's not alone over there. That would be a real. That would be really amazing. It's crazy everywhere. I just saw something on the, where was I? I must have just seen it in the car, I guess, on my thing or something. I don't know how. ICE arrested 10,000 people this weekend. 10,000 immigrants, supposedly. How the hell do they know? They just stop you on the street and demand to see your papers, kind of Gestapo style, or what? I mean, really, it's just freaking crazy. Now here is a VPOC migration lower, which I would consider to be a discretionary target, trade opportunity. We'll see if they come back up towards the 25%, I'll be going short. Nothing to do with land or discrimination. Russia. Well, that's even more screwed up, I mean, Jesus, some little pencil dick Napoleon Jr., That's amazing, isn't it? And it's just like Trump in Iran, they're killing people. Gaza, I mean, good to pick one, I was thinking driving in today, just driving back now. You remember not so long ago where all these Hezbollah or whoever they were people started blowing up because of their cell phones in one day, killing families and people, at parties and stuff also, because Israel had booby-trapped a bunch of cell phones and they could send a signal and then the phones would all blow up. Imagine what would happen if somebody else did that to a bunch of Israeli guys. That would be the horrible terrorism and on and on and on. I mean, it is just incredible, the lack of standards and the lack of morality and stuff of these people, really. On everywhere you look, that's the scary part. I mean, Kim Jong-un is starting to look like a normal guy. And boy, is that saying something. Oh, wow, that's really weird. Whoa. That's really weird. I'm got to say, I'm sorry to hear that. That must be tough on everybody. Well, VPOC migration, do I go short? Do I come back or do I hold for the 25% test, which would be just about perfect for this VPOC migration? And that would put us right at the low volume node. Jesus, this is so frustrating. Yeah, that's a tough one there. Ooh. And when people get up in their 80s like that, it's hard to change, beliefs and things. I'm not far from it, but oh, come on, man. Show us who's boss. Jump up there and catch that set 25 so I can short this damn thing and go hide under the covers. So well, never mind. And of course, the only people that have sanctuary here that I know of now are Afrikaans, who were the people who committed apartheid for all those years and were sanctioned because of that. Certainly the people now weren't people alive then, but you know what I mean. It's a really crazy world. Yeah, really. And people that used to have sanctuary here they're revoking it and going to kick them out of the country now. Haitians and Syrians, people like that. So weird. Damn, it's going to take the VPOC migration and run south, and never did make the pullback. I'm thinking, and I don't know what to do about it now. If I hit it now, I would think it was a. I would think I was chasing. Oh wow! Oof. Well, I guess she's not bored now. Huh? Wow. That's yeah. I don't know what to say. What do you say? You know. That's too bad. Maybe she's regretting it now, I guess. I guess bored is better than bombs. But, God. And I'm busy, you know, being mad because I didn't get a short. And to just go short right here is going short in the hole, right? So that's pretty stupid. Well, didn't make the pullback. And that's more than dick for a tick there, you know, that's 5 or 10 handles. But I think one of the trades I've got to do is Anthony. Is Anthony still around? No, he's not around here today. Just, you know, when that VPOC, I got to get with Peter K. I just short the hell out of that thing. And that's, you know, it's important to note that my scale is off again. So this is 10 handles here. That's just fine, target-wise. Kind of makes you wonder what they're waiting for, doesn't it? There's no news this morning. It's just random Trump crap. POTUS schmotus going on. Let's see what is going on, actually. Okay. Damn it. Boy, that's irritating. What am I doing now? I don't even remember. Here we go. The snooze. What's going on with the snooze? Farage to resign as PM. There's another special guy. That guy there. Straight up lied to the people all about Brexit, him and Boris. And now he's back, you know, like a big shot. And that's just so weird. Oh, well, that makes a big difference, yeah. That I can see her life would be really something that she would suddenly miss, and especially in South Florida. You know, where I don't imagine there's a big, maybe there is, but I don't imagine there's a big Ukrainian community down there, maybe like there would be wherever in America there is one, I suppose New York, or maybe New Jersey or somewhere. What? Can she not move away from Kev? You know what I mean? Like get away from the immediate bomb. I don't think they're bombing the whole country. I think they're kind of on that one spot, aren't they? I mean, isn't that, maybe that's an alternative? Just in other words, get away from it, kind of. That's pretty weird. Pretty weird. They're on opposite sides of the fence. Man, oh man, that's tough. Come on, sucker, get up there and do something. I want to take a trade. I'm so frustrated with this bullshit. Really and truly. We got big pile of liquidity down at 30, which they'll probably go zooming down and tag now that I mentioned it. The previous low down there. $11 Trump attends NATO dinner. Where is that pencil neck? Has he traveled again? How would they be having dinner at 11 o'clock in the morning or 12 o'clock in the morning? And I thought he was in the States. Jesus. Maybe not, I guess. Good God. Well, you know. No, he's in the States because he's meeting with the president of Turkey and stuff. I thought that was all happening here. He's got to stay over here. He's got to keep poking his nose in the World Cup, for crying out loud, making sure those refs know what they're doing. Because he's a soccer expert. Jesus. Yeah. He's a soccer expert. Just ask him. Genius. Okay. Oh, that's why. Okay, he's over there and he's in Turkey now. Well, I thought that when I saw the news quickly this morning, I thought it was all happening over here. So, okay, dinner, good. Maybe he'll choke on a chicken bone or something. Jeez, I hate to say that about people, but I swear to God, sometimes I think, man, you know, if we got rid of about half of these guys, it would really make a hell of a nice difference, a hell of an improvement. Well, 40 to 36. I guess that was a retest I should have tried for. Huh? That looks like a bear flag going on there. Careful what you wish for, I guess. I don't even know what screen I'm on or what's going on here anymore. Let's see here. What are we doing? Is music, and yeah. Well, at 80, if your mom is active and doing what she loves in the place she loves it, I guess that's what more can you ask for in the 80s? Besides, you know, obviously peace, but given the situation as it is, anyway. Oh, yeah. Come on down and get that 30 now that I'm not in the short. Thank you very much. This is one of those instances where I should have just taken a discretionary trade, and who cares? I guess that weekend didn't turn out so good for him back in DC. Yeah. Well, got no stats here anymore for me. It's all done now. So I'm just standing here pissed, I guess. So pleased. So pleased. Got a string of singles up there at the 59s. Oh, I didn't get this correct. It's still on the, it didn't update to the RTH session. Well, we still have a string of singles at the 59s. Okay. I don't know what to do, you know. I've tried this night thing and the day thing, and this seems like I'm swimming upstream. Well, of course. Of course. Mom calls me out to the kitchen for a second, and of course it jumps up over the POC. God damn. Yeah, of course. What screen am I on? What am I even doing? I don't know. Well, this seems to all be okay. No more lags. And I don't know, what to do. But there you go. I don't have any idea what's happening over here. It's probably upside down and Ned's committing Harry Carey or something. Come on, man, do something. Get up there and give me a retrace. I think those days are over with now. We're at 10:30 already. Maybe not. What is that level? Let's see here. It's 50s, huh? Yeah, it doesn't have to be far. Well, let's see here. What can I do with this thing? I guess what I could do is change this out. It's too late now. Never mind. Never mind. Well, are they going to do like they have done for the last few days, where they sell them off and then they squeeze it back up, and then we end up with a doji looking thing? Or is this crap here going to continue? That big string of singles above us up here from 48, 40, about 48 up. I mean, we're still flopping around down here like a fish on the dock, but there is that string of singles above us, whatever that means. Here comes the 30s. Okay. Now what kind of clickbait we got going on here now? Okay. Here's a question that I've always thought about. VPOC migration is very definitely a known setup. And, you know, with good reason. Boom. Boom. Now, at what point does the VPOC migration trade, setup, whatever, turn into diddle in the middle? You know, at what point is the VPOC considered to be there now? And that's the stupidest place you can possibly put a trade, which is pretty much the general consensus around about trading around the POC. Ooh, look at them go now. Now you're gonna run it up here and take the thing. This must be news, huh? Must be news. 10:45, maybe not. Well, they get up here to 25. I'm gonna slap a damn trade on it, just because I'm mad. That's another issue that I've been thinking about a lot with Edgeful, is at what point are these statistics invalid? And actually you can actually filter some of those reports for time, you know? How long did it take for that to fill and stuff like that? I just need to get into it more. I'm just pulled too many ways but loose. Here we go. We're going to get up here to the POC. We're going to get to this previous low. All this liquidity laying here. We're going to get perhaps to that 25 level. And, yeah. Why isn't this working? Why isn't that working? There we go. Damn. So here's that squeeze I was thinking about. Maybe. You get them all short and then you squeeze them. Did I miss the opportunity for a short? Almost into those singles. Almost into that string of singles. Whatever that means. That used to be a big deal. I remember JP, that was a big deal with him, that guy that I learned market profile stuff from. That was a string of singles. We're going to eat those singles. Here we go. And then we're into the singles. So let's see what happens. They wash out at 59. That's clear up there. Clear up there. We're back, almost back to the 25s. You ran out of gas at 50, or what happened up here? What happened? Remember that the NATO dinner starts in 10 minutes, so I suppose there'll be microphone moments around that all over the place, I would guess. I don't know. Yeah, there sure is. And it's been in there a long time too, Anton. That's what I was watching here too. It's 50 to 51. That's been in the market since we dropped over here at 953 on little 410. And that's just above my 25% level here. So I was hoping they'd pop it up into these, across that liquidity to maybe the VWAP, you know, but that's right into those singles. So we do have the singles taking us. If you believe in all that, it's going to take us to 59, which is another 60 is another liquidity level. So it appears. And a high volume node and a schmerpty-derpty-derp. A lot of stuff. All I want to do is take a handful of ticks out of the market every day, and it seems like that's just not in the cards. It's so weird. And then some lying douchebag is making 20 grand a month, taking structural trades all day. Must be my karma. My caramel. Karen Caramel. And a little high volume node there, and then the high volume node for the micro composite is, from my micro composite, is 56, whatever that means. Mid, of course, is half back, as Dalton refers to it. I'm assuming that since you're an options person, you're aware of all this gamma stuff. Sometimes I find out, sometimes I think, wow, that's real interesting. There's a lot of people thinking about that. And then I wonder if it's just because I might have clicked on one of them and now YouTube is pushing all that shit at me, or the whatever news thing. I don't know. There seems to be a lot of conversation about gamma and how it's related to and affects the futures, because it makes sense what they say, that the option market makers have to hedge off, and they get, this sounds pretty complicated when they start talking about it all, but sounds plausible, let's put it that way. Well, they're ticking those singles out just 2 or 3 licks at a time over here. They took three levels out, and then they pulled it back. Then they went up and took 3 more out, and now they're pulled back. And what are they going to do? Keep that up? I don't know. And they were here when I started talking about it. And then they popped 3 levels out, pulled back, pushed 3 levels up, pulled back. What are they going to do now? Yeah, we're going to get that 25 sooner or later here, huh? Look at us go. Isn't it cute? And of course, now by the time we plug our way back up here, I'm hesitant to enter at the 25 because, yeah, you know, that's quite a pullback off the lows. And we have higher highs and higher lows. So That's gives me pause because I'm a wuss, I suppose. I don't know. Probably. Look up wuss in the dictionary, you get a picture of the boomer. Is that it? Given this, whatever this is worth, 60 or 57% were there, and only 14 were going to get to the 50. Well, we've just come through the 25. We've got this liquidity right above us, and this one up here at 55. I would be hesitant to short up here, frankly, until we get at least over or up to this VWAP. That 50% line is way up here. This is what I've noticed what happens with this statistics when there's a big IV. Yeah, I barely know what it is. It measures the degree of movement in the delta, as I understand it, or the whatever, the level of movement in the delta. Here we go, punching up to that VWAP, and now to the. We're going to get to 55. Is that big liquidity parked at 55? Ooh, now we're going to get real nervous here, and my spidey senses are twitching. And we put in another 3 levels put in another 3 levels cleaning up those singles. That's pretty amazing, isn't it? We did 3, then we did 3, then we pull back. Now here we go again. And here's our 59s. JP, he was a funny little guy. He's dead. He died on Thanksgiving Day, apparently. I Googled him once upon a time, some time ago, and it said, if it was, I was curious if it was still going on. I would have loved to said hi and see what he's up to. And some of the other people in there were nice also. But apparently somebody had put a post up that he had passed away. Heart attack, I guess, which is not surprising. He used to scream and yell and get all spooled up. Look at us go. Look at us go. My. Miss American Pie. Sure as hell, we got 3 more levels or 3 more prices to go, and we've got that those singles wiped off. The squeeze is on, baby, just as they've done all these other days. Yeah, the whole theory behind that gamma makes sense, but then on the other hand is like when anything gets out in the wild like that, I immediately figure somebody's manipulating it somehow, because those options guys are smart a little bit, I think, especially the market makers. And of course they don't care. They're working on the spread, so all they want to do is keep delta neutral. Unlike what we try to do. Well, they got 56s. They got 3 more levels, and the singles are taken out. And not close to the 50 yet. Okay. There's the VWAP. I'd short right here, thinking, well, that's a pretty good spot. I had it above the statistic and at that level, but I'm just curious. I'm thinking they're going to try to get up to that string of singles. They seem to be pretty thoroughly interested in that. Not to pick a top, but, and that's not the point, but pretty close to the mid, and that's where that would be. What are they thinking about doing? What do we got here? 54s. Long way. I'm such a bear or a short seller that I have a hard time thinking about buying the dips. I don't have so much problem thinking about selling the rips, but buying the dips I have a problem with. Here we go. They're going to take those out, sure as the freaking world. They just came in and took 3, then they took 3, then they pulled back, and now they got 3, 4 more, and now they're going. Amazing. How they repair that profile, as Dalton called it. There we go. Right up there to those. It must be lagging somewhere. Yeah, of course, it's a 9-second lag. 12 seconds now at L. And there's the 59s at the mid. Oh, man. I don't know how I could do this and to make this test. Right now, I got 1 tick left for that string of singles. Good old JP. Someday I won't stream and I'll have everything turned off except IRT and see if the... But I would want it to be a real busy day with a lot of volume, That would be kind of counterproductive to everything I'm doing. I don't know what to say now. I don't know what to think about this, whether that spike was what they needed to do and now they're going to sell them down or what. Or whether they're going to double bottom and go back up. Who knows? And that's 52 to 58, so that's a big gap. I'm about half tempted to sell it right here and see if they reverse them. Oops, I think I might be late. Yeah, I mean, I'm damn sure late considering the spike, but... Let's see what happens here. Oh, what happened? The IRT just fell over. Oh, I know what's going on. All right, so there's a short. And we'll see what happened. Oop. I haven't done this in such a long time, I don't remember how to put in the key in the trade. So let's see if the statistic pays out. I don't know. At least I'm doing something besides just standing here.
Order submitted.
On my tea. I'm gonna go get my tea. I'm not sure how I would go about. I'm gonna get stopped out here pretty freaking quick. I was thinking about how I would move this just above the 59 level. And move the target accordingly. Because that's a poor entry location. I don't know how to do that with all of these trades. Oh, didn't. Too late. There was a stop. Well, there you go. That was fun. Jesus Christ. Well, that didn't last long. Well, anyway, let's see here. T1 stuff. T1. Yeah, that didn't work out like I had it planned. It did was within the parameters of the thing, but I didn't. I guess I didn't pick it off the right way. Probably a bit of FOMO, I would guess. Thinking that when they got around here, they'd break lower, but still going up. Thanks for the thoughts, anyway. Well, IRT's all choked up and whatever else, so that's good. One thing I need to do, I think, is turn off these entry stuff. Maybe that's not gonna work. Still have that quite a big pile of liquidity laying at the 60s up there, huh? Poor entry location, very definitely. FOMO-ish. Definitely a poor entry, and I would have to attribute that pretty much to FOMO. But now what do I do? Do I do it again? Put them back out, as Tom would say. I don't know. Well, they closed the singles officially, so I should have listened to myself maybe. And we're squeezing them, as we have done these other days. Each one of these days was a big, big bar up and a big bar down or whatever it is like this. Same story over here. And now You know, we were down here a minute ago and now we're up here. Well, now I'm out of statistics. Yeah, I didn't see that, but okay. $46 and 51. I don't see where that would be. I would see that, but okay. Yeah, I don't know how to see that liquidity you're talking about that gets added in there. I don't think I do. And now I'm thinking, okay, now what do we do? Because we're still, the metric's still standing, and we've closed the singles. This is the mid. Remember, there's the mid VPOC, which is a famous TLab trade. Mid VWAP VPOC, famous TLab trade. But I'm worried about the squeeze because we've done that every freaking day now for several days. I guess I should just not worry about it and throw them back out. It ain't like the end of the world. It's only a couple of micros, but adds up. It adds up. If I get short here now, I will be at least, and then my stop's going to be right in the middle of these, of this traffic up above. So that doesn't look like a very good idea. A lot of liquidity here piling in. Look at these levels falling up. And nothing below them. ES. Okay, Mr. ES. I always forget about Mr. ES over here. $48 and whatever this is, 50 and 48, huh? Is that what you said? Let's see your stuff. 50 and... Oh, on ES. I didn't see the on the ES part. Oh, man. Well, that ought to be a magnet, right? So that ought to pull this market down to them. If you think like that. This would be the short up here on the top side of this liquidity. In my eyes. I don't know. I'm still looking at this big pile of liquidity that's been in the book forever at 60. And above it at 61 or 62, and above it at 63, and you know. I don't have those on my ES, but that's probably because of my, wow, look at that. That's got to be snooze. Heat map, what does this say? 200s. Well, I don't know. Got to be careful I don't get in a trade by accident over. Pop, there they both go. The 50 and the 52. Now are they going to jump up here and smack? Oh, look up above us. Isn't this cute? They're just falling in here right, left, and center. Yep, there's that one, and then this one, and then this one, and then this one. Squeeze a Rooney. Looney Tooney. And my, so much for my statistics. There's this 50, there's a 14% probability we're going to get to this 50 level on the retrace, if you want to look at the data. So I don't feel bad taking the trade I did. I'd feel bad because it stopped out, but that seems to be my luck lately, or my outcome lately, I should say. Well, pushing it out some data, pushing it out to some more data here so that there's more. It's still 53 and 41, 21 now. That's the value area. Developing value area high right up there. Look at them go. Well, price. Oh, here we go. Now I know what Tom's saying right now. Price checking the big aisle right up here. Oh, Christ. And, had I just gone long instead of short, well, wouldn't I think I was a clever Trevor? And I would have all my targets out of the way and everything else. I didn't have the hedge thing set up on intentionally because the last couple of times as I've tried to manage that, taken off the runner, it's not worked out well, and I've ended up with a lot more risk than I needed to have on. So it's part of my idea, which sucks because I really like the idea of it. But there's no way around it because, as you know, obviously, because you figured it out, the numbers are, you got to have 10 and 10, you got to have 10 and 1, otherwise it's not hedged. Can't do it with any increment, smaller increments of contracts because of the difference in the mini to micro. Here we go. Well, get up here let's show these sons of bitches who's boss. Get up here and let's do the price check at aisle 3 and short the hell out of it. What do you think? We're gonna put in this doji or more. There we go. Look at that. Look at that squeeze go. I may have to go grab some food and just watch this and laugh. By the way, this is I've changed my metrics up here to money rather than ticks, which I don't like, but in order to use the hedge idea, I have to have money up here because I can't quickly convert in my mind when I'm looking at the ES and the micro ES where I am with risk when I'm looking at ticks because I don't do the math quick enough in my head for the difference in the price. But at dollars is easy because the computer, the system does the conversion for me. So there you go. Well, price check at aisle 3, bing, bang, boom, here we are. What are we going to do now? Shoot above them? We going to keep going? How far can they squeeze who and why? Well, I guess if you look over here, they could squeeze these guys up to here. And maybe they're going to put in, well, let's see. Oh yeah, it's the 4th of July and everything's crap and the economy's on its ass. So that means we need a new all-time high, I guess. It seems to be the way they go after it. That was probably the short right there. Now, picking tops has never been a good idea. And we're just banging around on the developing value area high. We've got don't forget the IB high is way up above us. Oh, that's a statistic I didn't think about lately. What's the double boy up to? Let's do the double boy. Okay. Well, the possibility of a double break is 33%. So you see, there you go. So I suppose you can make enough reports till pretty soon you can have them show any kind of data you want to have them show, I guess. This is a problem with my with the interpreting the data on Edgeful that I have recognized before, but I'm not sure how to deal with, and that's is this exact case. When you go down the filter and you've got a 25% or whatever it was, 50% that we're going to pull back to the 25, and what's to say, the only way I've interpreted it to say that it will not go the other way is the minimal amount of percentage up here, and we've already exceeded that. I'm assuming that I must be interpreting the data perhaps wrong, and I would love to have a discussion with somebody as to how to do that the right way. And if I wasn't such a ridiculous short, and what was this market doing? Higher highs, higher lows, higher highs, higher lows. I should have gone high. I should have waited for, bought the pullback instead of sold the pullback. And wouldn't I think I was a clever Trevor now? 50 to 67, 15 handles up instead of whatever this is down. 48 ticks down the wrong way. That's a problem, psychological. Monkey boy must have been abused, I think, at some point, because he's or maybe that ex-wife has figured out some way to put the hex on me for the other side. Oh Jesus, God, that'd be even worse than Kate telling me we'd never got a divorce. Well, here we are. I'm going to pick a top. I don't think that's got very good. And we got a big spike up here above us, so I mean, to the IB high. I guess I'll just have to stand here and lick my wounds. 46 and 55, 51, huh? 46 and 51. Well, I did see there's liquidity over here, but I don't know how long it was in there for. I've got 48 and 50, but I guess these are the two liquidities you're talking about. 300 each. Man, They got the squeeze on, baby. And how does that matter? I must interpret, I mean, my thinking about liquidity must not be correct, you know. I mean, I know that it can be a magnet or it could be the lid on the pot of all those expressions. But for example, over here on this one that you pointed out to me, these two big liquidities that got added in at 11 and 1108 and 1111. You're right. They got added right there. And my brilliant short maneuver was right about here someplace. What was it at? Well, look at here. I didn't realize that my crosshairs go both screens. There we go. So there was the entry. And then they added those right below it. So what? Does that mean this is support? So it's not going to come down there and they're going to run away from it? I guess that's what that did, right? I guess that's the thinking. This is pretty cool. I didn't know this. See here my crosshair? Right on the order? And there we go. That's pretty cool. Would have been a lot cooler if my entries, my exits were way up here someplace. That's pretty neat. I didn't know it did that. So those are the liquid. Oh, look at the VPOC migration back to the top, isn't it? Oh, let's rip and snort now. Let's get going. And both of them. Look at there. Both of them on the ES and on the micro at the same freaking time. Bingo. Oh, wait a minute. Hold on. What was that I just saw? I don't want that to be the case. I don't want... Oh, okay. Phew. Thought for a second I saw the trade control panel active over here on the minis. Never mind. Well, now what? Now we're going to pull back the other way. Now we're going to sell down here and go short? I don't know. So here's the VPOC migration. What do? We go long off the Globex VWAP and... Or is this suddenly the lid on the pot and now it's going to go the other way? What do? I don't know. We have exceeded that 14% thing by some distance. Buy the dip. Working on the, wait a minute, working on the mid VWAP to VPOC. So much crap. I don't really know what to think. And of course, standing here talking about it, and I don't do anything, and then it goes from 62 to a million or something. Makes me hungry. Yeah, and for what reason do you suppose? To indicate that there's support below it? Or to act as a magnet to try to pull the price back down? That's what I'm getting at, is what's the theory? You know, what's the motivation from that side? I know you're not that guy, but, you know, thinking about it, you have a good idea of what's going on and trade a lot more successfully than I do, I'm sure. But I'm making at least a trade or two a day, that's for sure. I've got to do something here. Or, you know, wrap this up at the end of the month, I think. My first initial thought is to short it, which I know doesn't make any sense, and there's no data any. Well, that is the 50, isn't it? Yeah. So that's considering that was a retest of the 50 and short lower, and then of course it'll probably fall out of bed and go right out the bottom. That I said that and didn't do it. You know, looking at this test back up, it didn't get to the POC or all that crap. All of that crap. A lot of liquidity up here still. You notice how there's all this liquidity stacked around up here and there's nothing below it. That's kind of weird. The freaking IB is way up there, man. 87.75. And this Lone Ranger up here is the full session VPOC right over here. Oh, there is some liquidity way up here, but they pulled it at 90. Oh, look at there. Here's that boy that was at 6,676 again. Remember that? Was in the book with that at on yesterday. Was in the book from the beginning again. Same story. Put it in the book before the Open, before the RTH Open, and sat there all day and got taken out yesterday. Finally, by the end of the day. Well, well, well. If I had sense enough to know that this was the turnaround down here and go long, okay. for that high up there, that'd be pretty cool. But how much chopping around in the middle before they get there? That's a job for TradingView, I think. Quick. So here we go. Oh, there's no liquidity in TradingView. Where's the liquidity? So 76. Okay, right. I remember now. So right there. Right there, and we took it at the end of the day. We tested it in the Globex, and this is what's happened so far. That guy sat there all this entire session and got tagged out at the bottom of the 1400, 14 and a quarter, 230, two and a quarter. And the market never, just ticked up the whole day. And he's planning on that again, I guess. I guess he had fun yesterday. I really don't know what to think. Oh, well, here we have it. Here we have a mid VWAP. No, it's the wrong VWAP, though. Sorry. We have a mid VPOC. I'm sure somebody mentioned that. 11:41. And I'm not having any fun. Shit. Really a disappointing. Oh, and just what a difference, right? Like somebody said, whenever I think I'm going to do this, just turn the monitor over or something like that. I don't know what I mean. Do the opposite. Wouldn't that have been a pleasure? And then targeting that liquidity way up there at the top, and it just doesn't make sense when there's a sell-off like that in my mind. I guess maybe that's my monkey boy bias. I think unless there's some change in the weather, I've got to leave here at 2:30 to pick Tam up. So that plan may have changed too. I don't know. This morning it was supposed to be 9:30 delivery for her, and then pick her up at 1500. And that all changed for that. That's why I had to leave it at 8:30 to get her out there by 9 instead of 11. Don't know how to. What the hell? Oh yeah, this is a short. Because I have the short set for a 50. Okay, so that's not working out very well for that either. But it's running exactly as it's been programmed to do, so there you go. Nothing going on over here, I don't suppose. Wow, geez, what is this all this noise about? Oh, look at this shit. The only window that should be on this tab is this one and this one. And there's all the regular chart stuff from the other tabs over here. I don't know what this thing is up to, but it's not having a good day. And it makes me have a bad day as a result. How frickin' frustrating. Why? Why? Well, I guess up was the way to go. Man, I'm over this shit. What a mess. Why it does all of this, I've got no clue. Other than it's not supposed to. Okay, now unless there's something hiding back here. Oh yeah, here we go. Jesus. Oh, that's pretty cool. Maybe not. And we got a whole bunch of stuff going on here that isn't right either. Okay. Wow. And that just happens because I switched windows. I mean, something is not right here. I'm guessing. And now I suppose they're all weird over here now. That loading stuff is not supposed to happen. Once it's loaded, it's supposed to be that way. Like that. Jesus. Well, we got a long way to go to get a double break. Way up here to the IB at 87 or whatever it is, yeah. And I actually have no data here, so If I did anything, it would just be discretionary. Well, whatever. A wag. Maybe that's what I'll call them, wags. We get into the noon hour. That always that always spooks me too. In hindsight, yeah, this was really stupid. I mean, just because of the statistic, okay? But where am I in the right window? Oh, I am. No, I'm not. Yeah, I am. No. You know. So is it just a consistent group of higher highs and higher lows? And then buy the dip? Would have been the maneuver, obviously. Hindsight. What a beautiful thing, huh? Rearview mirror, baby. I want to get that one down pat. And I don't know what they're up to over here now. They keep changing that stupid thing around. I wish Bookmap had a facility to easily add these levels and stuff like I do from that I push from IRT, you know, IB and all that crap. They don't have any of that functionality, or at least I'm not a code wizard enough to develop it. Not that I'm blaming this poor trading on IRT, but it is frustrating, you know. It puts me out of the zone. Gives Monkey Boy a gate and gives him an opening. Well, it's coming up the top of the hour, so if I take my midday break, then I'm sure there'll be some fantastic price action. That seems to be the case, you know. Go drive down someplace and come back, and these kind of trades based on the data are working to the tick, and yeah, no. I don't know what to think. Oh my God. I don't really have any clue what to do at this point. No clue what to do. So that's a real good reason to not do anything, I think. Yeah, I will come out there now. Ooh, the boss has got something going. I better get out there. Well, maybe what I'll do is just start flipping a freaking coin. Yeah, have a good one. I'm going to do something too. I've got to rethink what I'm doing here completely. So have a great time picking up your son, Anton. Thanks for talking. I appreciate it. They've provided a few attempts to get stopped out, apparently. That's nice. Rather than fall into the monkey boy trap, I think I will step away. And whatever, yeah. Don't know what to scoop with. Here's some country blues. How about that? In honor of the 4th of July. I was only 17 now. That's not very many. That'll be over with before I get around to it. That's not enough. There we go. That's better. Assuming that yeah, whatever. Okay, so this thing started porting out more windows again. What this thing's going to do, and I'm not going to waste any more trades trying to figure it out. I'm going to get outside for a walk and be back in a while. So now it's the whipsaw. Okay. Here we go. And I'll head out some more. Day's not exactly breaking my way now. I just got a text. I'm gonna pick Tim up an hour earlier than expected, so I'm leaving now. Yeah, take care, Anton. Yeah, and it definitely went lower too. And of course, I believe at 1:30. Jesus. Well, isn't that fine? A minute, exactly 5 minutes after I leave her less, then away she goes. I don't think I can. And it's 3 o'clock. We're going to have the market on close and balance orders in 5 seconds. There they are right there. There's the market on close and balance. Let's see what that says. I've got to figure out what's going on here. I don't know what to do next, I don't think. And we'll see what we get over here. There they are. Buy side 1,900,000, 1,200,000, 2,000,000. I'm sorry. 700 million and 686 million, all buy side. So everything's great. The world is wonderful. The economy is great. Everybody has a job. I wonder when these assholes are gonna. I wonder what it takes. I don't know. Anyway, so there we have it. So this has been a crap day as far as I'm concerned, from one end to the other. One trade, stop. Waited all morning. I waited the entire day. I had to leave to pick up Tamara right here at 1:30, right there. And there's the dump for the shorts. Yeah, well, I'm going to start the Globex stream tonight, but I'm only going to be watching. I think I'll only be doing Asia from 1900. We'll see how I feel here in a little while, but that's my plan going forward. That's ridiculous. So welcome to the stream. This is my Versal Trading Journal. Thanks for coming by. I don't know what's going on with this thing. I am. The hell? Okay. Yeah. So I'm going to shake my head clear and see what all this drama is going to get over with or not, and take it from there. What a mess. What a mess. And remember, the stream is every trading day, 8 o'clock in the morning till 1500 Central Standard Time. And now the Globex stream is going to be 1900 till about 21, I guess. Just to see if there's any interesting opportunities. Now we'll see if we get a short squeeze here. Closing swing trade or something. Tomorrow, I guess I should have done the recap. Forgot I'm preoccupied. There's quite a day, huh? My trade was right there. Just a bad read all the way around. This, buy the dips and not sell the rips. And tomorrow, what do we have on the docket for news tomorrow? I'm not in the mood to do this. Oh, my mind is somewhere else right now. So we've got FOMC meeting minutes tomorrow at 1300. Oh boy, that's exciting. So that'll be a market mover potential. And I don't know what's going on with the Lost Planet Airman, wherever the hell he is. He's in the NATO summit in Turkey, and I don't know where he's going to go after that. But at least he's quiet now, so that's a good thing. Well, yeah, at least he's quiet now. And now we're gonna do some more bomb Iran some more. Well, that's gonna work out great. That mess is gonna turn into a dust up that'll last like Vietnam. That's gonna be an ongoing nightmare. I'm thinking. And we're gonna shut him down right in 2 minutes, I'm sorry. And I'm going to be glad about that. I hope you had a good day. I hope you traded safe. And, I took a trade, just didn't read it right. And it was by the stats, by the data. We took the IB low. We pulled back to the 25, a little past it actually. And I got short. We ended up pulling way past it up to 75 and further. Or not quite to 75. No, we didn't quite make it to 75. And then down we came. So I guess I was premature, but that's not how the stats read out. So I took what they said. I have no problem with doing that. In analyzing it on another level, it's, you can, in hindsight, you can say, well, what were we doing? Well, we're higher highs and higher lows, and that was not the place to short. So that's looking at it from a different level. And now we're going to be wrapping this one up in about 30 seconds. Of course, why would I mind that? Well, there we go. All right, so have yourself a great rest of your day. I hope your trading went well. Tune in tomorrow morning for the pre-market at 8 o'clock in the session. Should be an uninterrupted session tomorrow, so that ought to be great. And then tonight I've been going at 1700, but I think that's a waste of time. So I'll see when I schedule it to come up, but it's planned right now for 1900. So have a great one. Thanks for coming by, and welcome to Risk Neutral Trading. I don't know what is wrong with this